Okay, I'm gonna. Taking to the track here at ROK Sonoma for round number 2 is our junior VLR class. Our pre-finals here at ROK Sonoma are 10 minutes plus an additional 2 laps once that 10-minute expires. And we are going live. We are live on YouTube on the ROK Sonoma channel right now. So if you're out there in the pits, go hit like, subscribe, and share that link. So our drivers are on their formation lap right now. Your pole sitter, Christian Cameron, in the cart number 819. And we have a couple of drivers that spun out on the formation lap in tic-tac-toe. Off pole, we have Gabby Guidera. Row 2, Peyton Anderson, Dylan Turner. Row 3, Jimmy Fan, Eric Doan. Row 4, Mateo Calderon, Julian Sanchez. And row 5, we have Matt Guidera and Henry Fogarty. Again, this is the VLR junior class. And Phil Hand's gonna wave them around one more time. Thank you for joining the broadcast here at ROK Sonoma. The series is run by Rock Cup USA. And all of our drivers are on the Levanto race tires. So earlier in the day, we had qualifying and the first heat race. They declared a rain race earlier in the day. But at this point, it looks like everybody's going to be on slicks. And here come our drivers down the front straight. They're going to be waved off. So once again, we'll try again for another green flag from head flagman Phil Hand. He's looking for good formation and moderate pace going into turn 1, not too fast. Once again, the pole sitter, Christian Cameron, off pole, Gabby Guidera. We have a green flag. Christian Cameron's on the inside. Looks like it's going to be Christian and Gabby going down to tic-tac-toe, 1-2. Some contact further back in the field. Gabby Guidera got turned around by the number 2 cart. I'll let you know who that is in a moment when I can see the cart number. Eric Doan making some heavy contact with the back of Gabby Guidera going to tic-tac-toe. That allowed Christian Cameron to step out on this first lap to a large lead. So we'll let things kind of shake out here in a moment. Oh, we lost a driver coming on the straightaway. So here comes our pack down the straightaway. Cameron, Calderon, Fan, Guidera, Anderson, Sanchez, Fogarty, Guidera. And that looks like it was Eric Doan that lost control coming on the straightaway. So once again, this is our pre-final. And it's 10 minutes. And there goes Julian Sanchez to the inside for the pass. over Peyton Anderson. So we're going to keep an eye on Gabby Guidera as she was turned around in tic-tac-toe. We'll also keep an eye on Eric Doan to see if he has the pace to close the gap on the field. Our next class up is going to be VLR Senior. VLR Senior is up next, but on track, ROK Junior. So you can get the shot of the drivers coming through the famous Mamo S's. And it looks like that's going to be Fan going for the pass, or no, I'm sorry, Matt Guidera for the pass over Jimmy Fan. Here comes Julian Sanchez to the inside. So Sanchez is going to slot into that number 4 spot, passing Jimmy Fan. So our running order: Cameron, Calderon, Guidera, Fan, Sanchez, Anderson, Fogarty, Doan, and Guidera. We actually have 2 Guideras in the field today. We have Matt Guidera running in 3rd, and we have Gabby Guidera running in 9th. Right now, we're following Jimmy Fan and Julian Sanchez around the track. So once again, this is our pre-final. Our running order for the day: VLR Junior, VLR Senior, 125 Limited Shifter, ROK Mini, VLR Masters, and rounding up our day is the Pro ROK Shifter class. So you can share the link with your family and friends. We are streaming live on YouTube under the ROK Sonoma channel. So right now we're following the race between Sanchez and Fan. I'm sorry, that's Guidera. That's Guidera and Sanchez. So Julian Sanchez has really good pace right now as he chased down Matt Guidera, who's been in that 3rd spot for a couple of laps. Your fast lap so far has been Christian Cameron with a 55.159. Sanchez goes to the inside going into turn 1. Sanchez takes over that number 3 spot from Matt Guidera. So right now we're following 3rd and 4th around the track. 3rd, Julian Sanchez on the GFC product. Matt Guidera on the CRG product. Out front, Christian Cameron has been by himself from the opening lap. Running in second, Mateo Calderon. So Mateo Calderon made some good work in the opening laps. He started in 7th, and he's running in 2nd right now. Then we have Julian Sanchez and Matt Guidera, 3rd and 4th. And now it looks like further back in the field, it looks like we have Eric Doan making some headway through the field, passing for 6th. Back. So ROK Sonoma, back at ROK Sonoma, junior VLR on track. Again, there's Eric Doan running in 5th. Your race leader, Cameron, goes by the stand. Here comes Eric Doan onto the straightaway. Now we're back on the battle for 3rd between Sanchez and Guidera. And Eric Doan goes purple with a 54.915. So here we have Sanchez. Right behind Sanchez is Matt Guidera. Keep an eye on Gabby Guidera. Currently she's sitting in 9th. We'll see if she can close the gap on the field and try to pick up 1 or 2 spots before the end of the race here. So we have 40 seconds left in the countdown. Then we will have 2 laps to go. Now Christian Cameron goes purple with the 54.750. Cameron, Calderon, Sanchez, Guidera, Doan, that is your top 5 here in the junior VLR class. Christian Cameron has a straightaway over his nearest competitor, Mateo Calderon. So on screen we have Christian Cameron, your race leader. Last time we saw him on the camera was the opening lap. He's going to be the first kart to see the white flag. So as Christian Cameron goes to tic-tac-toe, Calderon is just making the corner through turn 1. There's quite of a big gap. So Cameron's going to be setting the pace going into the main event. But a big part of this lead was due to first lap incidents that gave him a comfortable cushion. And it looks like we're going to have a checkered flag to finish under protest in the junior VLR class. So Christian Cameron takes the checkered flag. He will be your unofficial winner of the pre-final. Now we have Mateo Calderon, Julian Sanchez, Matt Gadara. I'm sorry, Eric Doan, then Matt Gadara. Peyton Anderson, Henry Fogarty, Gabby Gadara, and Jimmy Fan. On track, senior VLR, your front row, pole, Valen Venkatesh. Off pole, Yoshim Kapoor. Row 2, Casey Moyer and Colby Romero. Row 3, Flavio Aquini and Ridgely Welsh. And we're going to see if we have a green flag. Green flag for senior VLR. That looks like it's going to be Valen with the lead going into tic-tac-toe. The top three are bumping a little bit. And I think that's Colby Romero that was able to slot by Yoshim Kapoor for second place. Looks like all of our drivers have made it through the first couple of turns. And your race leader is Yoshim Kapoor, followed by Colby Romero. So here comes our running order. Kapoor, Romero, Venkatesh, Aquini, Moyer, Gwinnett, Welsh, Maples, Tyler, and Wang. That's your top 10. Further back in the field, Moyer's making it. That's not Moyer. Hold on, let me get a helmet on him. That's Max Altman making a pass. A lot of bumping and running in the middle pack right now. So Yoshim Kapoor has a little cushion as he has the lead over second place Colby Romero. And here comes third, fourth, and fifth of Venkatesh, Aquini, and Moyer. Moyer goes down the inside of Aquini, nothing there, so he pulls out of it. Aquini's thinking about going by Venkatesh. So we're going to keep an eye on this battle. That cart right on the right-hand side of the screen, green helmet, that is Valen Venkatesh. He's running in third. And right now the battle is for third. And then we got a pass by Moyer over Aquini. Moyer takes over that number 4 spot. And last lap by Casey Moyer was purple with a 55.130. So Casey may be the cart on the move in this senior VLR class. So we're going to keep the cameras locked on the action here for that battle for third and fourth. Looks like we lost a cart between 1 and tic-tac-toe. I'm not sure who that driver is, but they lost a chain on the straightaway. But Venkatesh is holding off Moyer, but not for long. Moyer goes to the inside going to tic-tac-toe. Moyer takes over that third spot. This kid is on a roll with another fast lap. Casey Moyer's been a regular supporter of the race series here at ROK Sonoma. He's one of those drivers I privately root for. He's just a nice kid off the track. Let's see if he can keep this pace up going into the main event. So we're going to have 5 minutes left plus 2 laps. So if you see the countdown timer in the middle of the screen, when we hit 0, then we get 2 laps to go. But it looks like Moyer's pulling away from 4th place, Valen Venkatesh. So here come our drivers onto the main straight. There's Colby Romero on the right hand of the screen. Moyer right behind him. Then we have Venkatesh and Aquini. Ridgely Welsh has picked up a few spots to sit there in 6th. So it looks like Casey Moyer is closing the gap on second place Colby Romero. Our drivers are going to have approximately 5 laps left. Well, Moyer is rolling right now. Does Moyer go the inside? Going into turn 1. Moyer takes over second place over Colby Romero. And there is not enough resistance from Colby Romero to try to fight back on that spot. Casey Moyer is on a roll. Right now the time difference between Moyer and Kapoor is approximately 2 seconds. So we're going to keep an eye on Casey Moyer. So 2 seconds. 2 seconds with approximately 4 laps to go in the pre-final for Senior VLR, brought to you by Vortex and Levanto. Oh, Moyer had a misstep at the bottom. Colby Romero is right back on the rear bumper of Moyer. I missed what happened with Moyer. I looked down to look at the times in the running order. So Colby Romero is on the rear bumper of Casey Moyer. I'm going to have to go back and look at the replay. There goes a Queenie to the inside of Venkatesh going into turn 1. That was a pass for 4th place. Yeah, so Moyer lost about a half a second on that last lap. That one, I'll have to go back and look at the replay on that one to see what happened. So next time by, the drivers will likely see, oh, there's a pass in the back that's Ridgely Welsh going around Venkatesh. So Ridgely moves up in that number 5 spot. So resetting our running order, Yoshim Kapoor, Casey Moyer, Colby Romero, Flavio Aquini, and Valen Venkatesh round out your top 5. So Valen's driving pretty defensive right now, trying to hold off Errett and Tyler. Two laps to go for our senior VLR drivers. Next up, we will have 125 limited shifter, followed by ROK Mini, then our VLR Masters. And again, this is pre-final racing action here at ROK Sonoma, round number 2. And we're just watching Valen Venkatesh trying to hang on to that 6th place spot over Ayrton Tyler. So we're going to have 1 lap to go. So there's our race leader, Yoshim Kapoor, kart 975. So Yoshim Kapoor is coming around the last corner called the Maker here at Sonoma. And this should be an uneventful straightaway for the pre-final win. Further back, we might have some passing here at the start-finish line. Nothing further back. Next up, join us for 125 limited shifter. All right, we are here with the senior VLR class pre-final, and here's our pre-final winner, Yoshim Kapoor. How was that event for you?
It was pretty good. We just pulled away from the beginning. Right off the start, we had a good start. I took the lead, and then I just kind of didn't look back. It was really nice that we ran the rain tires in the first heat because then we had a new set of slicks, and that really helped out.
So when you went out for the heat race, you were on wets? All right, so that paid off for you. Good run out there. We didn't see you much on TV because you were so far out in front, so good job.
Thank you.
And then next we'll try to grab Casey Moyer. Casey, I know you're a little bit shy, but we're going to break that. So you had a great run there in that heat race. Tell me what happened. You were catching our race leader, then all of a sudden you just lost a little bit of pace, and that allowed Colby Romero to get back in that race. So walk us through that real quick.
Yeah, I was just falling off a little bit on pace. Through tic-tac-toe, there's still a little bit of water. So every once in a while, you get a little sideways. It chews you up a little bit through there. But overall, just try to keep it clean and consistent. Try to run them down.
Well, you had a number of purple laps out there, so great job. And then do we have time to go to third? Colby Romero. You're trying to make the best of a bad DQ in qualifying, and here you are, third place.
Yeah.
So talk to us about the DQ in your heat race and the pre-final.
The DQ is just unfortunate. We just didn't have the right wiring harness on. It's all fixed now. We just couldn't find one in time. But for the race, we haven't been here since last year, so that was our first dry session in over a year here, so we're still figuring it out, third time here ever. So towards the end, we're starting to kind of figure it out. Towards the end, we put out fastest laps. Started to catch Casey a little bit, so we're feeling confident for the main, but we're definitely getting it back down.
Well, the three of you had great pace, and it was good racing to watch. Thank you. 125 Limited is on track, and we have a jump start. I probably shouldn't call the guy out. The Travis Bowles had a good launch. That's how we'll reward it. Brian DeVert running in second, James Skyer in third, and Arul Venkatesh in fourth. And it looks like Arul was able to get around Skyers on that first couple of corners. So let's see if Jimmy Skyers can get back in there and pick up that third spot again. Once again, this is 125 Shifter Limited. This is the pre-finals at ROK Sonoma round 2. And the way the pre-finals work, it's 10 minutes. So that's what the counter is. 10 minutes plus an additional 2 laps. So here we are following second place, Brian Devert, as Arul Venkatesh and James Skyer challenge for that number 2 spot. Out front is our 2023 race champ, Travis Bowles. So right now we are following Travis Bowles around track. And once again, if you go into the Discord app, you can click on the YouTube link for our live broadcast. If you're already on YouTube, thank you for joining us. I'm doing, oh, and Skyers looks to get around a rule, not enough room there. But we saw a glimpse of Skyers seeing a little bit of daylight, threw his nose in there, but backed out of it, which was probably a wise choice because it just was too late in the corner to make something happen. But I do dual purpose here, PA and the live broadcast. So on track, 125 limited shifter. ROK Mini, you should be on grid A. VLR Masters, start thinking about it. Pro ROK shifter, Master ROK shifter. You're scheduled for 2:30. And back to racing action on track. Travis Bowles goes purple with the 52.675. And some of you may notice that we are doing race action on a Saturday. That is because tomorrow is Easter. And traditionally in racing, we don't race on Easter, so we bumped everything up a day. So Friday was practice. Today, Saturday, is our race day. But we're watching Travis Bowles in firm control here. So next time by, he'll have approximately 7 or 8 laps left in the race. So again, the countdown timer in the middle of the screen, when that hits 0, the drivers are notified there's 2 laps to go. Back to the racing action here. Travis Bowles, our race leader, cart number 5. Travis is on the CRG. Brian Devert's running the Sodi with teammate Arul Venkatesh. And running in 4th is James Skyers on an Aluminos. All 3 of those brands are based out of Sonoma here. So back on track, 125 shifter limited. Travis Bowles, your race leader. So Travis has a commanding lead right now of about 4 seconds over second place Brian Devert. So for those of you joining us and not familiar with the ROK Limited package, it's the same shifter engine as our Pros and our Masters. The only difference is this class utilizes an exhaust restrictor, brings the power down. The idea is to give it more longevity. It does detune it a little bit for a lot of our drivers that are transitioning from other classes into shifter. Or that just have to go to work on Monday. So generally, this has been a very popular class here at ROK Sonoma. But a number of our limited drivers are off doing other recreational activities during the winter months. But look for this class to grow over the year, as it has been one of our more popular classes at ROK Sonoma. And here's a quick glimpse of the ROK Sonoma trophies. And as a reminder, happy Easter. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast. next time by, Travis Bowles will see the 2 laps to go. Our next class up is going to be ROK Mini. Travis Bowles in firm control. After the checkered, we will work our way over to the scale area. One more lap for Travis Bowles as he comes down the straightaway. So we have Bowles, Devert, Venkatesh, and Skyers in the 125 limited class. And it looks like it's going to be Travis Bowles that's going to take the pre-final race win here at round number 2 at ROK Sonoma. So we're going to wait for Travis and the other drivers to pull their helmets off. This is the 125 shifter limited class. This was the pre-final. Travis, you got a few moments for a couple words? Did you have fun out there?
I always have fun out there.
Okay. You had a commanding lead.
Oh, okay.
And congratulations, during lunch you received your 2023 championship award for this class.
Yeah, that was a good season. Yeah, thank you guys for that. It was a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So good job. How are you staying in the front here?
Got a great product from Run White Racing, you know, that's all I can say. It's motor package, chassis package, everything put together. Equals a win.
Sounds good. All right, we'll let you scale.
All right, buddy, thank you.
Ryan Devert,
Hey, Jason.
coming home in second.
Hey, Jason. Yeah.
How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks. Yeah.
Nice.
You know, it's yesterday was big time rain. We tested all day in heavy rain, so you know, as far as being prepared from yesterday's testing, we we kind of lucked out getting the sun today, but it wasn't effective for today's efforts as far as, you know, setup on the car and stuff. So we're getting there. I think I got something for Travis in the final.
Nice. Yeah, and everybody, I mean, earlier in the day, everyone had the wets on, slowly started converting over to the slicks, and here you are.
So in the first pre-main, I ran the wets, and those guys, you know, Travis and the other guy ran the slicks. So, you know, I held them off for a couple laps, and then I just had no forward bite coming off, you know, once their tires heated up and the track was actually changing over. So
as an announcer, that's the fun part. watching the transitions there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, no, thanks, Jason.
Jimmy Skyers.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, good.
Hey, where are you joining us from? You have a little bit of an accent.
Yeah, so moved over here from the UK about 7 years ago, and loving the Southern California racing.
Nice. Well, we're in Northern California, but I know what you mean. So you came home today in fourth in the pre-final?
Yep.
You have a little bit more for them in the main, just
Well,
sorting it out?
Hoping I don't drop the ball on the start, which I've done twice today already, and hopefully I can keep it together and hold a spot.
Sounds good. Thanks, James. And third place, Arul. How are you doing?
Good.
We'll let you push up here in a moment.
Ask him while he's pushing.
So how did you feel about that pre-final?
It was pretty good. I think if I get a better start, I think I got a pretty good start. Yeah, I felt okay about it. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I probably could do better in the main, but I guess we'll see.
Are you doing an okay job with the transition between wet and dry?
That was hard, yeah, because with the rains on the previous session, it was definitely a different steering. The way it steered was different, but I adapted by like a few laps in.
Sounds good. Well, thank you for your time, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to you after the main events.
Sounds good.
Next up, we have our ROK Mini on track. This is our pre-final. So we have qualifying, a heat, a pre-file, then the main events. And for your pre-final, your pole sitter is going to be Jackson Cravenho. Off pole, Aiden Go. Row 2, Koa Saito and Nieb Adizra. Row 3, Cole Anderson, Kason Hodge. Row 4, Case Wayne, Jimmy Fogarty. Row 5, Jackson O'Brien and Kylie Johnson. So we're going to go around for another lap. Phil Hand is giving our drivers the slow down mark. Again, this is the ROK Mini class here at ROK Sonoma. All of our drivers are on Levanto racing tires. Even for the rain, they run the Levanto Rains. We have a green flag with our drivers going into turn 1. Couple drivers over the curb, but just normal racing action. Everyone makes it through. All of our drivers have made it through tic-tac-toe, and we have a battle for the lead already with Aiden Go and Jackson Cravenho. Oh, and here goes Koa from third spot to take over the lead entering Laguna. And Aiden Go wants to see what it looks like in the front, so he gives it a shot. These two are battling it out. So now we have Aiden Go in the lead. I can't understate the pass by Koa Saito, though. Went from third to first. Now he's sitting in second. Looks like Jackson Cravenho's going to go the inside going into turn 1. So Jackson takes that spot over for a moment. Oh, and what happened with Aiden Go? So it sounds like Aiden Go may have lost his chain. That puts Koa Saito in the lead. We just momentarily caught it out of the corner of our eye. Here comes Cravenho to the inside, going through the maker, goes in too hot, washes wide. Koa checked up in the middle of the corner, lost a couple of spots. They're going to drag race into turn 1. So it looks like it's going to be Cravenho had the lead momentarily. Now Hodge takes the lead over as they go into tic-tac-toe. Our drivers, it actually looks like they're sliding quite a bit. It looks like they're missing some lateral traction. But we're going to have Hodge, Saito, Cravenho, and I have to double check if that's Anderson or O'Brien running in fourth. I'll know here in a moment. Hodge, Saito, Cravenho, Odizra, O'Brien. That is your top 5. So we had a lot of shuffling going on that last lap. Odizra and Cravenho are swapping positions in the infield here. Right there, we see Koa Saito exiting the screen. Here's the battle for third between Cravenho and Odizra. So here come our drivers. This is the battle for third coming down the straightaway. Odizra, does he look to the inside? No, nothing there. Our drivers are heading down to tic-tac-toe. You can see the two different lines that drivers are taking through tic-tac-toe. One wide, one tight. So it looks like Koa Saito's looking for some help from third and fourth. Let's see if these drivers will work together. But it looks like Jackson Cravenhoe's one of the faster karts on the track right now. You can see Adizra set up wide going into turn one, looking for some momentum going down the hill into tic-tac-toe. A lot of passes have taken place here today in tic-tac-toe. As we heard from our 125 limited shifter drivers, some are struggling with the transition from wet to dry, and tic-tac-toe is one of those areas that stays wet pretty long. We also have a little strip on the straightaway. Quick shout out to Brian Go during the lunch break. He asked if he could go out there and try to clean the track up with the water with the blowers. So here comes Cravenhoe looking to the inside. Cravenhoe had the pass, but then Koa crossed him over going into the short chute between turn one and tic-tac-toe. So Koa's going to maintain that number 2 spot. Now Cravenhoe back to the inside as they go through Laguna. Now they're going through the S's. So right now there's the battle for second between Cravenhoe, Saito, and Adizra. Unfortunately, in the background there, we can see Aiden Go as a spectator. I'm assuming it was a lost chain. So, of course, I'm known for butchering names. Aiden's dad is Brion Go. He offered to clean up the track during the lunch break to dry it up for us, because there are a couple of springs that pop up. Makes it fun for the drivers when they have slick tires and then they hit the water. This is the battle for second that we're watching here on the YouTube stream on the ROK Sonoma channel. Out there in the background, you can see Case and Hodge with a commanding lead. So our countdown timer, 1 minute and 32 seconds. So they're probably going to have about 3 more laps left in this race. Again, it's 10 minutes plus an additional 2 laps. Back to racing action on the track. ROK Mini. Right here we have the camera centered on Jackson Cravenho running in second. Third, Koa Saito. Oh, and it looks like there's going to be a pass by Nieva Dizra. Takes over that third spot. Two to go. Let's see if Koa can get that spot back. As you can see on the leaderboard, Kason Hodge is out in the lead, but he's so far out there. You might see a glimpse of him here as we pan through. But he's done a great job of getting in the lead and holding it there. And Koa Sato takes over that number 3 spot again. Our drivers are on their last lap. Koa had a nice pass in the infield there. Let's see if Nieva Dizra has anything to go back around. He's setting up wide as they go into the maker coming on the straightaway. Kason Hodge is going to take the race win. Here comes Jackson Cravenho. And it's going to be Koa and then Niev. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be Jackson O'Brien. Scales. We are here at the scales with our mini ROK drivers and our pre-final race winner. We have Kason Hodge. You have a moment for us, Kason?
No, not really.
Not really?
No.
No? Are we a little shy? Do we have to work on that off camera with you? We're willing to do it. So, just give us a few quick words.
Tires felt pretty good. Car started kind of a little bit.
Tires felt good and the cart came in. Well, you did a great job. Hopefully we'll talk to you in the main event, okay? Jackson, how are you doing today? Good? All right, you came in second. You had a good little run there, and you and Koa had some fun battling there.
Yeah.
Yeah? Tell us about that.
So me and Koa were battling, through the Laguna, and he's not that fast right there. So I passed him right there one time, I think, and that's all I know.
That's all you remember?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. We'll see you after the main. We'll grab a quick word with Koa. How are we doing, Koa? Good. Walk us through that race. You and Jackson and Niev had some battling pretty much all race long. Talk to us about that.
So it was really fun. I'm very happy that I got third because now I can possibly make a move into second in the main and possibly also make a move into first in the main. So I'm very happy that I got third because I worked hard and I did my best. So I know that I did good.
Well, good job, because third's going to set you up on the inside for the main event. So good luck.
Thank you.
On track, VLR Masters. And up next will be our Pro Rock Shifter class. But your front row, pole sitter Dan Jones, off pole Alexander Shee. Second row, Uncle Dan Rivera. And then we have Fred Clark. And row 3, Ben Paget and Brandon Mart. And we have a green flag with our drivers going into 1. You know when our race leader is comfortable because they set up wide going into turn 1 off of a start. So Dan Jones is your race leader, followed by Alexander Shee. And third is going to be Dan Rivera. Once again, this is the VLR Masters here at ROK Sonoma, round 2. These are our pre-finals. It's going to be 10 minutes plus 2 laps. So on track is our ROK Master VLR class here at ROK Sonoma. These are the pre-finals. Your race leader, Dan Jones, followed by Alexander Shee, Dan Rivera, and Fred Clark. And rounding out your top 5 is Ben Padgett. And it looks like Dan Rivera is getting a little bit racy down there. Looking for that number 2 spot over Alexander Shee. So this is the battle for second right here. So running down our order, Jones, Rivera, Shee, and Clark, and Padgett. There's Dan Jones out there in the front. Here's the battle for second, third, and fourth between Rivera, Shee, and Clark. The pre-final. This is round number 2 here at ROK Sonoma. Right now, you couldn't ask for much better weather. It's a little windy. Earlier it was wet, so most of our drivers went out on rain tires. The race was declared a rain tire race at the drivers' meeting. And then during qualifying, most of the drivers went up with rains. And as the track started drying out, you started seeing the transition from wets to dries. I was hoping to see some rain hero racing where someone in last started with slicks to work their way up through the field and win. The timing just didn't work out that way, but there still has been some great racing action here today. And if the weather holds out, we should be dry through the main events. So most of the drivers in this class are 35 years or older. It's our Masters VLR class, 100cc air-cooled engines, single speed. Over the past 2 years, this was probably our fastest growing class with entries as high as 20. Whereas 3 years ago, there was nobody in the class. So it was good to see this class grow. this weekend, the entries don't really show the true potential of ROK Sonoma due to the timing of the events, the weather. A lot of factors kept people from hitting the submit button on their entry. But as we get into more consistent weather here at ROK Sonoma, you will see our classes grow back to the 2023 numbers. So that white helmet, that's going to be Dan Rivera. Is Fred Clark attempting to make a pass here? Let's see what Fred Clark does. Looks like he showed a nose from one of our angles. He has a good run going down the straight. Probably too far back. Dan Jones isn't even in the, there he is. I was going to say not even in the picture, but you can see how far ahead he is. There goes Fred Clark to the inside. So Clark is momentarily taking over that number 3rd spot. Let's see if Alexander can get it back around him. So it looks like Fred Clark, for the time being, is going to hold on to that number 3 spot. And as soon as I say that, Alexander Shee tries to go to the inside. Fred Clark crosses him over, gives him the pass, allows him to overshoot the exit, and then drives right back on by. Our lap countdown timer. 2 minutes to go before our drivers see the 2-lap sign. So the way they do it here at ROK Cup are the heat races and the main event go by minutes, and then when they hit that minute threshold, then it's 2 additional laps beyond that. So it looks like Jones has Dan Jones has about a 6-second lead over Dan Rivera. Oh, and Alexander Shee drops a wheel. That's not going to help him catch Fred Clark. So we're going to have 2 laps to go when the drivers come around. Once again, to recap, this is the pre-final in our ROK Master VLR class. Your race leader here on camera, Dan Jones. Running in second, we have Dan Rivera. Running in third, Fred Clark. Running in fourth, Alexander Shee. And fifth, Ben Padgett. And our drivers will receive a white flag. Once they receive the checkered, we'll make our way over to the scales for some post-race interviews. Two more corners for Dan Jones. And here comes Dan Jones down the straightaway for the pre-final win. And it looks like we're going to have Dan Rivera, Fred Clark, Alexander Shee, and Ben Padgett rounding out our top five. We're going to wait for our drivers to take their helmets off, but these are our Master VLR drivers after the pre-final. Our pre-final race winner, Dan Jones. Dan, talk to us about that walk-away pre-final win.
Yeah, go-kart felt really hooked up. Made a couple changes from the first pre-main where it was a little wet. And yeah, I think there's still a little bit more speed left in it, but yeah, pretty good.
So some of our drivers earlier today were talking about that transition from the morning wet to now we have beautiful weather, maybe a little windy. Mm-hmm. How are you adapting to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of, changing your line as the track comes in. I think for that first pre-main, about half to three-quarters of the turns were dry line, and there's another half to a quarter that were wet, and now it seems to all be dry. There's a couple wet patches that you have to avoid, but other than that, just stay focused and drive your race.
Sounds good. Hopefully we'll talk to you after the main.
Yeah, thanks.
Uncle Dan.
Jason, how are you? Good to see you, man. I'm glad you came over to talk to me.
That's right.
Really appreciate it.
So, are you going to find a little bit of speed here to go chase down Dan Jones?
Okay, so a little bit of background for those of you watching. This is not my kart. I rented it. So I'm trying to make do with what I have. Every session I get a little faster, so I will try to make that true for the final. Give him a little bit more competition. Yeah, absolutely.
Very nice. Yeah, because after round one, you guys were going at it. So I'm looking for that in the main event.
We'll try. I heard you were cheering for me. I expect the same again. and to all of you online, too, I need all the cheers. Thank you so much.
Say hi to your family.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I'm worldwide, all over the place.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
It's gotta be quick.
Fred Clark, I'm doing well. How are you? Alexander, thumbs down. You made a pass out there. Tell us about it.
I was just the right place at the right place at the right time. I took a little work, but I got around and took advantage of the mistake.
Good job out there. You're going to make it exciting in the main event.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to it. We'll try to see if we can catch Dan and Dan.
Sounds good. So we are back. This is the Pro Shifter class here at ROK Sonoma. As you can see on the start, Michael Avancino had the whole shot over Anthony White, and that gave him the lead for the first couple laps here. So your current running order, we have Michael Avancino, Anthony White, Patrick O'Neill, Torsten Olson, Colin McGrath, and our sole master driver this weekend, Chris Mookie. I'll have to set a little bit of time to go talk to Chris for the proper pronunciation of his last name. Sorry, I'm a bit winded. We were running back and forth between the scales and the tower. But here we are watching Michael Avancino out in the lead. This is pre-finals. This is the pre-finals. So for the pre-finals, our drivers do 10 minutes plus an additional 2 laps. So on track, we'll keep an eye on that 3rd, 4th spot. Right now there's really no contention, but we'll see if anything develops there. In Heat 1 race action, Anthony White was in firm control of the race. With a good start off the line, it looks like Michael Avancino's in good control. Both of these drivers are under the Ron White Racing tent. So let's see if they have different strategies on tire pressures or anything else. But Avancino has definitely found a little bit of extra pace here in the pre-final. These drivers are running the fastest times here this weekend at ROK Sonoma. This is the Pro Shifter class. Looks like they're on 49.544 on the Levanto tires. As you caught in some of our post-race interviews at the scales, a number of the drivers have been trying to find the setup in the driving line as we transition from wet to full dry. Back to her racing action here. Pro Rock Shifter. We have the camera set on Michael Avancino. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast here at ROK Sonoma. So some of our entries were a little hurt this weekend as our local club racers were looking at the weather. And yesterday, full downpour. This morning, the track was wet, but it didn't rain. But we are looking forward to the numbers increasing here over the next race or two. We just look at that scenery. It's a beautiful track. Let's run down the order here. Michael Avancino is your leader, followed by Anthony White, Patrick O'Neill, Torsten Olson, Colin McGrath, and our sole master driver, Chris Muke. Everybody's pretty evenly spaced out right now on the track. So Avancino clearly found some additional pace between the Heat 1 and the pre-final. So we will catch up with him at the scales after this race. But next up, we will have our main events rolling out. We will start at 250 with VLR Junior, 310 VLR Senior, 330 125 Limited Shifter, 350 ROK Mini, 410 VLR Masters, and wrapping up our main events today will be this class at 430, our ROK Shifter class. So 2 minutes, 30 seconds left in the pre-final, plus 2 laps. All of our drivers are competing on the Levanto race tires this weekend. Whether it's rain or dry, it's going to be on the Levantos. Avancino in firm control of this pre-final. It's just fun watching the shifters go through the Gidley S's here at ROK Sonoma. You can really get a sense of speed in that section of how fast these karts are going. "45 seconds left in our countdown. Then our flagman will give him 2 laps to go. There is a chance it's going to be close to 3 laps. We'll see how this works out. Actually, I'm staring at the countdown timer to see if it's going to be 2 or 3 laps. 2 laps to go. So again, if you're just joining us, all the heat races are based on time plus an additional 2 laps. If you're joining us on YouTube, hit that like and subscribe button. Share with your friends. We plan on doing the live stream for all the races this year. So running down your order: Avancino, White, O'Neill, Olson, McGrath. White flag for Michael Avancino. It looks like Avancino goes purple with a 49.544. You can see Anthony White there in the background of the screen. But we're going to watch these drivers cross the start-finish line for the checkered, and we're going to walk over there and grab some post-race interviews. All right, we're here after the pre-final race with race winner Anthony Avancino. I know. Good job on that start. I picked on you last year about your starts, and this year you've been flawless. That was a beautiful launch over pole sitter Anthony White. So walk us through that, Michael.
You know, I knew Anthony was quick in the first heat race. We missed a little bit on setup, so me and Ron, we talked after, made a few changes. Track dried up, seemed to help us a lot. And then just knowing this flagman, he's quick with the arm and all that, so it's just, I got the timing down of him, and then thankfully Anthony was asleep at the time, so I got lucky and just drove off.
So a note to the flagman to mix it up a little bit more?
He can if he wants to.
Nice. So you walked away. That was a very nice controlling win. Nice for you to find that pace. Yeah. So you're going to give us something to see in the main event here.
I hope so.
And we'll try to go talk to the second place there, Anthony White. Thank you. Anthony, let's see if we can hear you here. Walk us through that. You were sitting on pole. Michael had a great launch on that start. And after that, for you, it was just trying to keep up with him.
Yeah, I didn't have that good of a start. I think I went off the line a little late. But, yeah, he was pretty quick. My throttle spring broke, so I was going through the corners, and my car was bouncing. I was hitting the throttle a little bit, like my foot was just tapping it. So it kind of made the exit a little hard because the car was bouncing all around. But hopefully we can improve, and I can have a good battle with Michael in the main event.
Sounds good. So you had really good pace in the first heat. So it sounds like you're going to make some other adjustments as well before the main?
Yeah, hopefully we can change some things, make it quicker, and fix the throttle, whatever happened with that, and it won't be bouncing in the corners. So, yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you. Do we have time for Patty O'Neill? So we'll try to grab Patty O'Neill here. We're live, so don't make it too colorful here. You want to take the helmet off for us? First, congratulations on your 2023 championship. You have a beautiful plaque sitting over there in the pits. So good job on third. I mean, it's you're not a young guy out here. You're running with the pros, and you finished third.
I'm young at heart, and I'm like a fucking lion, and the kids let me out. So this weekend decided to run with the kids. So lost as much weight in the cart as possible. We got another 7-8 pounds to go. So it's good, you know. It's Easter weekend in Sonoma. What better can it be?
Oh, it's beautiful out there, and you're running really good pace. Yeah. So it's nice to see you running the pro class. You're always a fan favorite up here. Make it exciting.
All right, thank you. Cheers, guys.
Thank you for joining us on the YouTube broadcast. We are getting ready to roll out for our main events here at ROK Sonoma, round number 2, brought to you by ROK Cup. All of our drivers this weekend are on the Levanto tires. To give you a rundown, we just played the national anthem. Our first class out will be VLR Junior, followed by VLR Senior, 125 Limited Shifter, ROK Mini, VLR Masters, and wrapping up our day will be ROK Shifter. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Or as the video guy says, smash the like button. I think that phrase is so overused. It's so overused. That's why I don't say it. But here we go, main event racing action. So the finals are going to be 13 minutes plus an additional 2 laps. You'll see a countdown timer in the middle of the screen. When that hits 0, the drivers receive 2 laps to go. And on track, VLR Junior. So back on track, we have Junior VLR. Your pole sitter, cart number 819, Christian Cameron. Off pole, cart number 801, Mateo Calderon. Row 2, Julian Sanchez and Eric Doan. Row 3, Matt Guidera, Henry Fogarty. Row 4, Peyton Anderson, Gabby Guidera. Row 5, we have Jimmy Fan and Dylan Turner. So here comes our drivers down the straightaway. Let's see if Phil Hand likes what he sees. And we are going green. We have green racing action going into turn 1. Christian Cameron has a lead going in with Mateo Calderon right behind him. That looks like it's going to be Julian Sanchez running in 3rd. And I think that's Matt Guidera showing his nose for that 3rd place spot, currently sitting in 4th. That is Matt Guidera. So here's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right there on the screen. Here comes our race leader down the hill. So as I mentioned in the intro, the timer at the top middle of the screen, when that hits 0, our drivers receive 2 additional laps to go fight it out to determine our winner here at ROK Sonoma. But your current race leader is Christian Cameron, followed by Mateo Calderon, Julian Sanchez, Matt Guidera, and Eric Doan is running in 5th. In the earlier heat races, our drivers had their elbows out. So let's see how nice they played today going into the main event. But right now, there is a battle for that number 2 spot on the track. Currently being held by Mateo Calderon, but Julian Sanchez looks like he has a good run coming on the straightaway. Let's see if he can make something happen here. Little further back, Eric Doan goes for the pass for 4th. It's hard to get in these drivers' heads on the opening laps. You never know if they're going for position, but you can see Christian Cameron already pulling away. And a lot of times the drivers will work together to close that gap. So let's see how these drivers do this in the next lap or two. But right now, second place, Mateo Calderon. And you see the little dude, Julian Sanchez, holding his own with the big boys in this class. Eric Doan goes wide. Mateo's not driving an overly aggressive blocking line at all, but you can see the drivers behind him trying a little bit different track position to gain some momentum to make a pass. Right there, you can kind of see Julian Sanchez go a little bit wider to get the run. Here comes Eric Doan to the inside of Sanchez. That's going to leave Sanchez on the outside. He has to give it up to Doan. So right now, Doan's on a roll. Keep an eye on his lap times. But currently, fast card on the track is Christian Cameron, your leader. So we have Cameron, Calderon, Doan, Sanchez, Guidera. And these drivers age anywhere from 11 to 14 years old. And Doan goes for the pass on Calderon as Sanchez follows him through. Oh, and Guidera goes by as well. So Mateo Calderon lost 3 spots there. Here comes Guidera challenging for that spot for number 4th with Julian Sanchez. These drivers want to battle for position, but right now, if I'm in this group, I'm going to see if Eric Doan can pull us to the front and close that gap on Christian Cameron, because Doan worked his way through that field. But all of these drivers are doing a great job at racing close. Further back in the field, we'll keep an eye on Gabby Guidera. That's Matt Guidera's sister. She was up in the front in the first heat. Some contact put her to the back of the field. So let's see if she's able to close that gap to go race for a top 3 spot here in round number 2 at ROK Sonoma. And again, this is our junior VLR class. Last time by, the time difference between Cameron and Doan was 3.9 seconds. But up front, you get a glimpse of Cameron right there at the bottom of your screen. As long as he keeps running purple laps, the drivers aren't going to be able to catch him. Fast lap currently goes to Christian Cameron with a 54.119. You just got a glimpse of Cameron. Oh, there's Cameron right there. There is your race leader. And if you look behind him, you can see the gap that he has. So it looks like Eric Doan is pulling away from 3rd place Julian Sanchez. And Guidera gets around Sanchez. So race leader, Christian Cameron. 4 seconds back, Eric Doan. So Doan's leaving 3rd place, which is currently held by Matt Guidera. Running in 4th is Julian Sanchez. 5th, Mateo Calderon. But the pace right now is going to Christian Cameron. And we have Gabby Guidera. She's 1.8 seconds behind 5th place. So keep an eye on Gabby. You can catch a glimpse of her right there at the back of the screen. Gabby Guidera now 1.5 seconds behind. There she is coming into the screen. Her brother's leading this pack of 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Christian Cameron has a comfortable lead right now. And I'm pretty much understating that. 5 seconds. He just keeps adding. And there's Sanchez to the inside of Guidera. So Sanchez takes that number 3 spot back from Matt Guidera. So your top 3, we have Christian Cameron sitting on a Sodi cart, we have Eric Doan on an OTK product, and we have Matt Guidera on a CRG. 3 different manufacturers here in the top 3 in the junior VLR class. Looks like Guidera had a good little run come on the straightaway. Let's see if he can do anything with it. Nothing there. And the gap between Gabby Guidera and Calderon has grown, so she's not catching Calderon. And Christian Cameron goes purple. So far, his best lap time is a 53.903. The next best lap time on the track is a 54.269 belonging to Eric Doan, who sits in 2nd. Oh, here comes Calderon. Calderon gets the pass for 4th. So there's going to be approximately 4 laps left in this race. Just going by quick bad math. But Christian Cameron has checked out. Although we have Mateo Calderon getting around Julian Sanchez for that number 3 spot. So it looks like Calderon's setup is coming in a little bit later. So there's probably going to be about 3 laps left, depending on when they come back around. Possibly 4. We'll see here in a moment. Let's see if Mateo Calderon looking over his shoulder. There's no challenge from either Sanchez or Guidera. Rounding out our top 10, we have Christian Cameron, Eric Doan, Mateo. Oh, contact between Guidera and Sanchez. Three times today I've turned my head to look at our running order, and there's been contact or something that I've missed. Trying to give you the running order. But we just had a little bit of contact between Guidera and Sanchez. Well, it looks like further back, Gabby Guidera gave up that 6th spot to Dylan Turner. So Dylan Turner is picking up a few spots there. So when they come around, they're going to have 1 lap to go when they come around. Here is our race leader, Christian Cameron. We haven't shown Christian Cameron very much on this broadcast because after the opening lap, he started checking out. But here he is en route to a round 2 victory here at ROK Sonoma. Couple turns left as he comes on the main straightaway going through the maker. So Cameron with the race win. Further back in the field, we might have a race here for 5th between, or no, we have a race right here. Sanchez got around Guidera on that last lap. So that's going to give you Cameron, Doan, Calderon, Sanchez, Matt Guidera, Dylan Turner, Gabby Guidera, Henry Fogarty, Peyton Anderson, and Jimmy Fan rounding out your top 10 in the junior VLR class.
Ready for a quick interview? Okay, I'll be fast. Ready? Hi, we're here with the first winner of the day, the ROK Sonoma Race 2. And with the VLR winner of the day, you won the pole, the heat, the pre-final, and the final. How do you feel about that?
It's pretty good. I mean, kart's like phenomenal. I mean, all weekend it's been really good. So I want to thank my mechanic and for doing all the work. So yeah.
Yeah, you swapped the whole weekend. So you want to thank your mechanic, your mom, your dad. They're always here supporting you. And how does that make you feel?
I mean, without their support, I probably wouldn't be here. So, thank them a lot.
Well, I have another question. Do you like pineapple in your pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. Here's the first winner of the weekend, and we want to thank you guys for watching us. We want to say hi to all our families and friends. I want to say hi to my family, my son Cesar, and my mom. And thank you guys for watching, and we go back to Jason. Thank you.
So that's an interview with our unofficial race winner, Christian Cameron with the junior VLR class. Next up we have for you VLR Senior. We're 18 deep in the VLR Senior class today here at ROK Sonoma. Again, all of our drivers are on Vortex engine packages. And the chassis are all on Levanto racing tires. So our seniors are fired up and ready to go. So taking to the track is our senior VLR class. Thank you for joining us on the YouTube broadcast. If you're here at the track, the live YouTube stream is in the Discord app. But let's run down our race order for senior VLR. Your pole sitter, Yoshim Kapoor in cart number 975. Off pole, Casey Moyer, cart 937. That's going to be your front row. Row 2, Colby Romero and Flavio Aquini. Row 3, Ridgely Welsh, Valen Venkatesh. Row 4, Ayrton Tyler, Jason Maples. Row 5, Max Altman, Jamison Gwinnett. Row 6, Luca Sweetland and Yulang Wang. Row 7, Yana Kapoor and Avadis Gorgian. Row 8, Will Harvey, Jonathan Libby. And rounding out our field in row 9 is Philip Gardner and Lars Olander. And once again, to recap our front row, cart 975, your pole sitter, Yoshim Kapoor, off pole, Casey Moyer. So our drivers are coming down the main straight. Let's see if Phil Hand is happy with this pace and the lineup. Nope, waved off. Phil Hand didn't enjoy that start, so he waved him off. So here come our drivers again. Umbrella. So here come our drivers down the main straight. And we have a green flag going into turn 1. Yoshim Kapoor and Colby Romero, Casey Moyer are going to be your top 3. Flavio Aquini is going to be in 4th. Ridgely Welsh in 5th. Let's see how the rest of the field sorts out as there's contact in the middle of tic-tac-toe. That was possibly just hard racing. But it looks like everybody's made it through. Once again, this is our VLR senior class here at ROK Sonoma. And Casey Moyer is hanging on to that number 2 spot. We have Welsh, Romero, Aquini all trying to go for that spot. And here comes Ridgely Welsh ducking out, going for the pass, and he loses it. Wave your hand, Ridgely. I know he can't hear me, but I hate seeing stuff like that. Ridgely is going to have some work to do. I'm just glad he wasn't T-boned there in the middle of turn 1. Here's your race leader, Yoshim Kapoor. So our top 3, Kapoor, Moyer, Romero. Looks like Moyer has a little bit of speed here. Let's see if Moyer can use some momentum getting through tic-tac-toe. He's looking to the inside as they go into Laguna. Not enough room, but you can see him kind of peek in there. It's like, oh, do I have room to make it? And it looks like the top 5 are starting to stack up a little bit behind Yoshim Kapoor. So we have Yoshim, Kapoor, Moyer, Romero, Aquini, Altman. That's your top 5. You can see Moyer in second and Colby Romero running there in third. Slightly different driving lines, trying to determine how they can find a little extra speed to get around your race leader, Yoshim Kapoor. In clutch kart racing, a lot of it's about momentum and smart passes. A lot of us shifter guys think everything's an opening, but not with the clutch kart stuff. Moyer has a good run going down the straightaway. Let's see if he's going to try to push Yoshim further out to the lead so it's just a battle for 2 instead of a 5-kart battle for the lead. And Colby Romero, he has some good momentum going into tic-tac-toe. Kapoor, Moyer, Romero, Aquini, Altman. That's your top 5. So at the top of the screen, top middle, that's our countdown timer. When it hits 0, our drivers receive 2 additional laps. This is our main event. VLR Senior. Oh, Colby Romero goes to the inside of Moyer. Can't make anything happen. But that allows Aquini to get around Romero. So Romero lost a lot of momentum in the middle of tic-tac-toe. Carried a lot of speed in, tried to make a pass on Moyer. No room to go. Aquini said, thank you, I'll take that spot, and goes into third. Altman gets around Romero for that fourth place spot. Now the drivers are getting a little bit impatient. They're trying to shuffle around to see who's the fast kart in this pack. Such a fun section here at ROK Sonoma, that tic-tac-toe. I should double check if they still call it that. Last year they redesigned that configuration to minimize some of the brutal wear and tear on chassis by flying over the curbs. But it's a very cool rhythm section that this track is known for. And it looks like our five-way battle for first turns into a four-way battle. To keep an eye on Max Altman, he goes purple with a 54.081. I'm afraid to look at the lap screen because every time I look down, I miss big racing action. Moyer's hanging on that number 2 spot. There goes Aquini. Altman's going to push him by. So it looks like we're going to have Kapoor, Aquini, Romero, Altman, and Moyer. Now Moyer's trying to get back around Romero. Meanwhile, that's just allowing Yoshim Kapoor to pull out a little bit of a lead. So we haven't had any one particular dominant driver here in the top 5. But with all that dicing back and forth, that's given a cushion to Yoshim Kapoor. And it looks like the field is stacking back up behind Flavio Aquini again. Here comes Colby Romero to the inside. Romero takes that number 3 spot from Altman. Let's see if Altman is going to challenge back. He has a good run coming down the straightaway. Altman gives it a look to the inside going into turn 1. They go side by side. There's a little bit of contact. Altman's going to run Romero wide. That's going to scrub Romero's momentum going down the hill. That allowed Casey Moyer to get around him. You can't race anyone much harder than that without just sending him off the track. Altman did a good job at running Romero out to the edge of the track. And Romero had to scrub speed. That allowed Casey Moyer to get by. But again, no driver in the top 5 is really walking away with anything. It's the racing action that's putting the gap between the drivers. And keep an eye on Flavio Aquini to see if he's going to close that gap on Yoshim Kapoor. Last time by, Max Altman goes purple. So we've had the cameras on the racing action for the top 5 this whole race. And there goes a pass for the lead with Flavio Aquini. let's see if that puts a little bit of a fire under Yoshim Kapoor. There's going to be 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. So we have Flavio, Yoshim, Altman, Moyer, Romero. Further back in the field, Venkatesh, Sweetland, Tyler, Kapoor, and Wang. So in the class, we have a brother-sister combo of Yoshim Kapoor and Yana Kapoor. Oh, it looks like Moyer's making a pass for second. I'm sorry, that was for third. Moyer made the pass for third. Oh, and I missed something with Yoshim Kapoor. I think I'm just done running down the order. You guys can read the screen. Every time I look, I miss big action. And somehow Kapoor went from second to fifth. So that's 2 races I have to go back and rewatch. So I have Aquini, Altman, Moyer, Romero, Kapoor. Further back in the field, keep an eye on Ridgely Welsh, who's currently in 10th. He was running there in the top 5. We have a yellow flag for some reason on the track. Oh, we have a driver or 2 off in tic-tac-toe. And here comes a pass for the lead. Moyer and Altman make an attempt to get around Aquini. Aquini's going to run Moyer down to the edge. Altman is your new race leader. We have Altman, Aquini, Moyer, Romero, and Yoshim Kapoor. Next time by, they'll have 2 laps to go next time by. And then further back in the field, the drivers we have down in tic-tac-toe, that appears to be Jason Maples and Jamison Gwynna. Moyer's going defensive already. I'm sorry, that was Altman. That's not Moyer, that's Altman going defensive already. And here goes Aquini looking to the inside of Moyer. These drivers need to keep their head on them, because there's going to be 1 lap to go when they come back around. And we have some lap traffic. This is going to be interesting. Altman, Moyer, Aquini, Romero, Kapoor. Altman is your race leader so far. Let's see how this lapper is going to get involved with this race here. So Altman's going to be the first driver to navigate the lapper. Does he get around him? Yes. Does he stay wide? Oh, let's see if Romero's going to have any momentum. Keep your hands on the wheel, Altman. Max Altman with the race win, followed by Moyer, Aquini, Romero, Kapoor. So when the drivers come off, we are going to send it to Ursula over at the scales. But that was a good battle for 5th. Let's see, where's Ridgely Welsh, my buddy, at? He ended up towards the back on the opening laps, but he worked his way up to 10th. So that was a good run for Ridge. Yana picked up a few spots, ending up in 8th. But your top 5, Max Altman, Casey Moyer, Flavio Aquini, Colby Romero, and Yoshim Kapoor. And we are going to send the camera over to our crew at the scales. Again, this is our senior VLR class. Your race winner, Max Altman.
You have to take your helmet off. Yeah. Hello guys, we're here with the winner of the VLR senior class, Max Altman. You were in top 5 the whole weekend and the last 5 laps were really insane. How do you feel about your race today?
I think it was great. I mean, I started down back in the pack. I played my race very smart. I think I made the right calls most of the time. And, I mean, I'm happy to come away with the win in the end of it. It was very, very pleased with that. I mean, huge thank you to my dad, to Speed Sense Motorsports for getting the kart amazing for the final. And, yeah, I'm super happy with that result.
Yeah, those 5 laps, like all you top 5 just passing each other, it was really good to watch. And you guys were super close. Do you want to say hi to anyone at home?
Hi, Mom. Got the win.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll see you in the podiums, and we'll go back to Jason for the next class. Thank you.
Got a hug. You can. It's all right.
Wait, Casey, you got second, right?
Yeah, Mark. Fight. Way to fight, buddy. Way to stand it. Fight back.
Okay. It's not chunky. It's my ear.
125 Limited is on the grid. Following 125 Limited, we will have ROK Mini, then VLR Masters, and our last class of the day will be the ROK Shifters. We are scheduled to have ROK Shifter end the day around 4:30. Right now we have a couple carts on the track that need recovery, so we're just holding the grid until the track is green or clear. But that was a great battle we just watched in the senior VLR class. And as a reminder, we have about 3 years worth of live streams on the ROK Sonoma channel. So you can go back to the playlist and look at some of the past races. There's the senior VLR, junior VLR, master VLR, some of the bigger classes have all been real tight racing action, a lot of fun. It has been a lot of growth and an entertaining process of doing these live streams.
Thank you very much.
Looks like our track is clear, and 125 ROK Shifter is going to take to the grid. Back to racing action. Phil Hand is gridding up our limited 125 shifter class. Your pole sitter and 2023 champion, Travis Bowles. Off pole, Brian Devert. Row 2, Arul Venkatesh. And James Skyer. Visors down. And it looks like James Skyer had a terrible launch off the grid, so he's going to have a little bit of work to do to go catch up with the pack. Travis Bowles, as usual, had a good start. And that looks like that's going to be Brian Devert running in second. So let's see which guys went back to the pits to find a little bit of speed to go contend with heat race winner Travis Bowles. Once again, this is 125 ROK Shifter. These are the finals here at round 2 ROK Sonoma. All of our drivers are on Vortex ROK engine packages of different displacement. This is a shifter class, and everybody's on a Levanto race tire. So we'll keep an eye on James Skyers. See if he can find a little bit of pace to go close that gap, to go challenge for a top 3 spot here. And it looks like Brian Devert is keeping a little closer to Travis Bowles in the main event here. And on track, Brian Devert goes purple on that last lap. And then Travis Bowles goes purple on this lap.
Powered up.
So we have Bowles, Devert, Venkatesh, and Skyers. So you will hear Venkatesh a few times today because of Rule's younger brother, Valen, runs in the senior class, senior VLR. And Brian Devert goes purple with the 52.389. And now he's right on the rear bumper of Travis Bowles going into tic-tac-toe. Bowles gets slippery. Well, both of them actually kind of slid out a little bit. In our post-heat race interviews, a number of the drivers had talked about the slippery conditions in tic-tac-toe, so it looks like it still exists. But Brian Devert is bringing a challenge to race leader Travis Bowles. This is good. It's been a while since Travis had a little bit of competition on his rear bumper. Brian's looking for a way to get around race leader Travis Bowles. Tic-tac-toe is always a misleading section of the track. Some guys carry a lot of speed going into tic-tac-toe, but they can't get the power down coming out. Oh, and Brian Devert goes to the inside. I really am not sure what happened with Travis Bowles there. His cart just started hopping and shaking. Not sure if he missed a gear. And too much power. I'm not sure what actually happened there. The cart looked like it had hiccups, but that gave Brian Devert a wide open chance to make a pass, and he threw it in there. We have a race in 125 Limited for the lead. This is where Travis struggled last time. Here comes Brian Devert. That may have been a little bit optimistic on Devert's part, but he's at least trying. Saw an opening, went in late braking into Monaco. And you can see the two different lines going through tic-tac-toe by these two drivers. Bowles was a little bit tight, hanging close to the inside edge of the track. Devert went real wide, trying to have some momentum. There are some gnarly bumps on the exit there of tic-tac-toe that can cause a problem of getting the power down in these shifter classes. As you can see, Travis Bowles is on the CRG product. Brian Devert's on the Sodi Kart product. Rule Venkatesh is on the Sodi Kart. And James Skyer, he runs the Illuminos product. Part of me is a little afraid to look away at my computer because every time I've done that, I've missed big shakeups in the running order. Here we just have the two drivers battling for the lead, but I would hate to miss the pass for that lead. Brian looks pretty good going through tic-tac-toe. And like I said earlier, this is one of the few times over the past year where Travis has been challenged for a main event win. Top of the screen, you can see the countdown, 4 minutes and 50 seconds left before they receive the 2 additional lap sign. But Devert is stalking Bowles, and he goes purple. Devert with purple. Is he trying to pass? No, that was just he pulled out, but didn't know if he was going for an attempt. But Devert goes purple on that last lap. If you're new to the broadcast, when we say purple, that means their fast lap of the race. And Bowles and Devert have been swapping purple laps all race long. Four minutes to go. Plus 2 laps. Oh! And Devert just loses the rear end. He's going to have some work to do to go close that gap. But mid-corner of turn 1, Devert just lost the rear end a little bit. Let's see, this might put a little fire under his rear to find a couple more tenths. Sometimes when you're stuck behind a driver, you start driving their line. Let's see if this actually helps him out or not. The gap between Travis and Brian is 0.3 of a second. So we're gonna throw that lap away. So we're looking at 1.2 seconds between Travis Bowles and Brian Devert. So let's see if that gap is going to close. Not enough. Not enough right there. He only knocked off about 1/10 of a second. I'm not saying he can't get it done. I'm just saying he's going to have to find 3 or 4 tenths here on this lap because they're going to have probably 3 or 4 laps to go. They'll have 4 laps to go next time they come around. Here comes Travis going through the maker, coming on the straightaway. Track is beautiful this time of the year. Look at the green grass. Let's see, 0.8 of a second. So he knocked off 0.3, so he's 0.8 of a second right now. And he went purple. So Brian Devert went purple with a 52.219. Next time by, he'll see the 2 lap sign. There's going to be a couple of corners he's going to have to drive it in deep. Further back in the field are Rule Venkatesh and James Skyer. There's huge gaps between those drivers. There's a Rule in the background there. All right, here's Brian Devert back on the rear bumper of Travis Bowles. Two laps to go. Let's see how Brian Devert goes through tic-tac-toe. Right on his rear bumper. Oh, then he washes wide. Came in a little bit hot in the mid-corner section. Goes a little bit wide. These drivers will run each other hard, but they don't typically dive bomb each other. This is more of our gentleman racer class. So let's see how Brian Devert, he's going to see the white flag coming around. Let's see how aggressive he gets. Is it a win or spin situation? Let's see here. Going down to tic-tac-toe, Bowles holds the lead. Devert's trying a couple of different lines going through there. Bowles has a good run coming out of tic-tac-toe. They're going to go into Laguna. Devert's right back on the rear bumper. His next opportunity is going to be going into Kramer. Does he go into nope, not enough room. Bowles goes narrow. Oh, and Devert gets around. Devert gets around. Bowles went defensive and narrow. Devert had the momentum and was able to kind of do a reverse crossover. Let's see if they're going to drag race down the straightaway. We're going to get our camera crew over to the scales. Devert with the win over Travis Bowles. What a beautiful crossover. I don't even know what to call that. It was just out of order. And you can see Brian Devert is ecstatic inside that cart. So we're going to send the camera crew over to the scales. Travis has to be a little bit disappointed in that, but at the same time, that was a good race towards the end. Cart 22, Brian Devert is our race winner. Sorry for the excitement there, but that last lap was fun to watch. I was not expecting much out of Brian as he's driving around the radius of the track. What a run. So our camera crew is over at the scales. I'm going to just shut up for a minute. We're going to send it over to Ursula and let Brian enjoy this moment.
Ready?
Yeah.
Here we are with the winner of the 125 Shifter Limited, Brian. So tell us about that move on tic-tac-toe.
Oh man, you know, I had a couple bobbles when I was keeping up with him. Had a couple bobbles myself. He got me a little bit, and I just kind of reeled him back in. And that one little mistake, and I was like right there. I was planning on taking the under. I was planning on coming under anyway on that one. And it's just he bobbled a little bit, and it just worked out better to my advantage, right? So I'm really happy. Got to pull the P1 today.
Excited to be on the podium in
Yes.
first place?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you want to say thank you to anyone?
I want to say thank you to Nick and PK working so hard on my machine, and yeah, that's good.
Well, good. We'll see you at the podiums, and congratulations. Thank you. Go back to Jason. Oh, we're going to go with Travis. Hey, Travis, how do you feel?
Tired but happy. You know, congratulations to Brian for first. That was an epic win for his first win. Passed him on the second last turn of the last lap. Nothing better than that. So, yeah, did a great job. Congratulations to him and his team.
Well, yeah, we'll see you in second place at the podium, but you led the whole weekend, and well, one mistake, but that's racing, right?
That is racing. That's how it goes. Back to do it again.
Well, thank you. We'll see you next race, okay? We go back to Jason.
Back to racing action. Sorry for that little break there, but we are joining our ROK Mini class. We have Case and Hodge out in front, followed by Koa Saito, Jackson Crevenho, Aiden Go, Niev Adizra. That's going to be your top 5. So back on track, we're following Case and Hodge. So all of our drivers on track today are ROK Mini. On the schedule, we're showing ROK Mini and Micro, but today they're all Mini drivers. And right now, we're going to have a race for second place between Koa Saito and Jackson Crevenho. Then we're going to have Aiden Go, Niev Adizra. So earlier today in the heat races, the top 5 drivers were battling it out pretty good. So let's see how these drivers kind of sort things out. I'm kind of wondering if Jackson's just kind of sitting there to see if him and Koa can go chase down the leader. Because right now, Case and Hodge, you don't even see him on screen. But he's really not close enough to really push, but we'll keep an eye on Aiden Go. So Aiden Go, he's getting a little impatient trying to find a way around Jackson. But let's see if that added pressure is going to pick up the speed of this pack. But Case and Hodge is currently 3.5 seconds out front. If you're just joining us, this is our ROK mini class here at ROK Sonoma. Between this class and our micros, these are the youngest drivers on the track. And Jackson goes for the oh! Contact. Sorry about yelling. Keep an eye on all of their heads. But we have contact.
No, my camera's not dead. Sorry, that crash was gnarly.
Let's see here. I'm not really sure where this is going to shake all the drivers out. One of the drivers go check. I think that's Aiden Go that's pretty far off the track. Give me a moment here. So Koa is definitely done. I'm pretty sure that was Aiden Go that's way off the track. And his fellow racer, I think that's Jackson or Niev, is checking up on him. So I think that's Niev checking up on Aiden. So we have Hodge, Anderson, O'Brien, Fogarty, Juan, Johnson, Cravenho, and then out we're going to have Saito, Go, and Adizra.
So you didn't get that crash?
So we were able to capture that on video, but the carts kind of just pinballed everywhere. But we're going to keep an eye on the drivers off the track. Meanwhile, on track, Case and Hodge has an 11-second lead over Cole Anderson. I'll see maybe if we can get a camera on the drivers off track just to kind of get a zoom in. It looks like they're all okay. They're all checking in on each other. So you can see a couple of our drivers right there against the fence. So we have our corner worker next to them. They're all out of the cart. We always take special precautions with the videos and the young kids when they get into accidents. But we can see it looks like they're all okay. Going to be a little sore tomorrow. Back on track, we're going to pick up the racing action between Jackson O'Brien and I think Fogarty. Give me a moment here. Looks like Jackson's working his way back up to the front. We'll keep an eye on Jackson. So currently Jackson is 5.5 seconds behind Jimmy Fogarty. So we're going to have 4 minutes plus an additional 2 laps to go. So Jackson Cravenhoe's lapping about a second of a lap faster over Fogarty. So we are going to keep an eye off screen on those two drivers. But on track, keep an eye on cart number 123 of Jackson Cravenhoe. So we're going to try to pick up 5th place, Jackson Cravenhoe. So unfortunately, that contact a few laps ago, well, 5 laps, that was really our pack for 2nd place, completely wiped out. That shakes up the top 5 order. Your current race leader, Kason Hodge. 2nd, Cole Anderson. 3rd, Jackson O'Brien. 4th, Jimmy Fogarty. And 5th, Jackson Cravenhoe. So we currently have the camera on Jackson. Although Kason Hodge is the one going purple right now. And last time by, Kason Hodge with a 58.268. And they'll probably have 4 laps to go. Here's your race leader, Kason Hodge, on screen. We haven't shown much of him because he's been so far out in front. We'll give him a little bit of airtime. Cart number 198, Kason Hodge. So he was able to avoid pretty much any of the drama because he was so far out in front. So Hodge, he was our pre-final winner. Next time by will be 2 to go for these drivers. So cart 198, Kason Hodge. Aboard that Sodi cart product. 2nd place, Cole Anderson. 3rd place, Jackson O'Brien. 4th place, Jimmy Fogarty. And then we might have a race here for fourth between Fogarty and Cravenho. So we're going to try to pick up the action there. So Cravenho's in the blue and white. Cart goes around the outside, entering Monaco. So Jackson gets the pass. Let's see if... Oh, this will get a little confusing for me. We have Jackson O'Brien in third. We have Jackson Cravenho in fourth. Let's see if Cravenho is fast enough to try to close that gap. I'm a little optimistic on that one, I think. But that would be a great salvaged weekend to go from the back to a podium finish after contact. Here comes our race leader, Kason Hodge. So we're going to keep the camera on Kason Hodge as he comes around 2 more corners for his race weekend. Down the straightaway for the final time. Kason Hodge with your main event win here in the ROK Mini class. And then give us about 20 seconds until second place shows up. There's a big gap out there in part to a huge pile up about halfway through the race. Cole Anderson with his hands in the air. You would have thought he won the race. That's an excited driver right there. Then we have Jackson O'Brien, Jackson Cravenho, Jimmy Fogarty. We're going to wait for our driver, for Ursula and our camera crew to get down to the scales. Great job to our podium finishers. Once again, whatever I announce is unofficial until they clear tech. But as it was on the track, Kason Hodge, Cole Anderson, Jackson O'Brien, Jackson Cravenho, Jimmy Fogarty, Kylie Johnson, Case Wan, and then our DNFs are Koa Saito, Aiden Go, and Nev Adizra. And I know all 3 of them are going to be very disappointed because they had a spirited battle for second. So we're going to send it over
Here
to
we are
Ursula.
with the mini driver winner of the day, Kason. How do you feel about first place?
Pretty good.
You got pole today, and now you got the final. How do you feel about that?
Pretty good. I mean, car is good and kind of boring race, but win's a win.
Hey, you were ahead. How are you going to be bored? That's super cool. And they told me you like to be on YouTube, so here's your opportunity to say hi to everyone or invite them to see you and see you, you know, on your first place of the year.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Do you want to say hi to your parents, your family, or your friends?
Hi.
Well, congratulations, and that was a really good race. And like I said, you were the fastest of the day, and you got your first place today, so you must be happy, and your dad must be really happy. So congratulations, and see you next race, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
We go back to Jason and the cool kids inside the booth.
Now the sun came out, I put her away.
All right, next up, we are going to have our VLR Masters class. So if you missed the racing action with ROK Mini, you'll want to go back and hit the replay button. There was some great racing action. Unfortunately, some contact with our top 5 drivers. Looks like all of them are going to be okay, though, so that's always the good news. But next up, we're going to have our VLR Master drivers. And it looks like we're going to have 6 Masters on track for VLR Masters. We're waiting for a couple of carts to clear the track, but once we roll the Masters, I'll come back and I will do a running order of our grid.
The same person who keeps stalling when we fucking lose the pits.
So back to VLR Masters on track. We're going to set the grid for you. Our drivers are on their formation lap. Your pole sitter, Dan Jones, cart number 714. Off pole, Uncle Dan Rivera, cart 794. Row 2, Fred Clark, Ben Paget. Row 3, Alexander Shee.
Yeah, exactly. We don't catch the first part.
And that will wrap up our 5 drivers here in Masters VLR. To all my other Master VLR drivers that are out there watching the broadcast, I better see you at the next race. You guys worked so hard to grow this class.
my dog. I used it on one of my dating profiles.
I wonder if Phil Hand is recording this as a perfect start on a tag race. We have a green flag. Dan Jones on the inside going into one. Fred Clark sticks his nose on the inside of Uncle Dan going into the corner. But it's going to be Dan Rivera in second, Fred Clark in third. So Fred Clark and Alexander Shee are battling it out already for that number 3 spot. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be Ben Padgett. Right now the camera is on Fred Clark and Alexander Shee. Let's see if Alexander makes a pass going into one. Goes to the inside. Fred drove him pretty hard on the outside. No contact. They gave each other room. Let's see if Alexander tries to get back going into Laguna. Nothing there for Alexander. Meanwhile, Dan Jones and Dan Rivera are checking out. Let's see if Rivera found a little bit of pace to go race with Dan Jones here in the main event. But meanwhile, we have the cameras focused on the battle for third between Fred Clark, cart 715, and Alexander Shee, cart 778. Actually, I think it's Shea. So Fred Clark has his hands full going through tic-tac-toe. Let's see if Alexander can use that to his advantage for momentum. So this is VLR Masters. This is their main event here at round 2, ROK Sonoma. We're watching the battle between Fred Clark in third and Alexander Shea in fourth. Our next class up is going to be Pro Rock Shifter. They will wrap up our race day here at ROK Sonoma round number 2 on this beautiful March weekend. Actually, let's keep an eye on the lap times between Rivera and Fred Clark. Right now, the gap is 1.4 seconds. It looks like Fred Clark might be catching Dan Rivera. So if we keep our cameras on that battle, we might see a battle for second. So the gap 1.1 seconds now between Dan Rivera and Fred Clark. Here's your race leader, Dan Jones, cart 714. Fortunately or unfortunately, he doesn't get a lot of screen time, because this is usually how his races look, where he just checks out and he leaves all the racing action behind him. So here looks like it's going to be a battle for second coming up shortly between Dan Rivera Fred Clark, and we'll see if Alexander Shea can get in the mix to make it a 3-kart battle for second. The driver in the white helmet, that's Uncle Dan Rivera. The kart behind him, Fred Clark. And behind him, Alexander Shea. So last time by, every lap they're knocking about 3/10 off the lead of Dan Rivera, who sits in second place. Well, not sure what now they added 3/10 to the gap. Not sure what they did there. Once again, this is our ROK Masterclass on the VLR engine package. Levanto Racing tires. So last time by, Fred Clark was 1.1 seconds behind Dan Rivera. He's visibly closed that gap, but let's see what the stopwatch says. 0.6 of a second. 0.6 of a second. Now it looks like Alexander Shea found a little bit of extra momentum and energy to go fight for that position. We're going to have a 3-kart battle for the number 2 spot on the track. Just a little under 6 minutes on the countdown timer. And we have Alexander Shea looking like he's going to go for a pass. He holds back. Let's see. He goes to the inside, going to tic-tac-toe. Nothing there entering tic-tac-toe. Fred Clark has to feel him breathing down his neck. So Fred Clark is on the rear bumper of Dan Rivera. And Alexander Shea has followed Fred Clark into this battle. So let's see if Fred Clark makes an attempt for some passes coming up here in the next couple of corners. He clearly has the speed to close the gap. Way out in front, we have Dan Jones, who just goes purple. So right now the time differential between second and third doesn't matter because Fred Clark's on the rear bumper of Dan Rivera. Further in front, Dan Jones has about a 6-second lead. Out of these three, Fred Clark was clearly the fastest driver. Let's see if Fred can get a run coming on the straightaway. Is it wrong I'm waiting for someone to drive through that puddle? I've been looking at it all day long. This is the battle for second place between Dan Rivera and Fred Clark. Fred's just trying to find his place and position to get around Dan Rivera. Meanwhile, Alexander Shea is just kind of sitting there in fourth. So one of these drivers is going to have to try something a little bit different, because they're not catching Dan Jones. Let's see if Fred had a good run coming through the maker, coming on the straightaway. He's there, but not enough to attempt to pass. They're heading down the hill, going into tic-tac-toe. Does he go the inside? He looks to go the inside. Little too far back. Fred Clark tried the narrow line. Rivera was on the wider line. Net result, no change. They're going through the kink, and now they're going to go into Monaco. Monaco is also another good passing opportunity for a lot of drivers. And Dan Jones way out in front, off camera. Another purple lap. And now he is 8 seconds ahead of second place, Dan Rivera. Oh, there's, that's actually a great picture. There's Dan Jones on the other side of the track. I don't understand how that could be 8 seconds. Come on, Fred Clark, give us a race here. Let's do this. Do something. They're going to have a little over a minute left before they get the 2 laps to go sign. So here they go. Next time by, these drivers will have 2 laps to go. So effectively, there's only 3 laps left. So I hope these guys are looking at their data units to knowing how much time is go the inside, Fred. Come on. They're racing so close. Oh, did you see Dan Jones way in the background there? There's Dan Jones way up there coming on the straightaway. Here's the battle for second. We're going to run out of the countdown timer. 2 laps to go. Come on, Fred. Make it happen. There you go. Really? Oh, there goes Alexander Shee. What is that? Come on, Alexander. Go low. Go around both of them. Make it exciting. I can't make up the racing in the tower. All right, Fred Clark, Dan Rivera side by side. Alexander Shee goes into lead. No, just leave it in there. Come on. Ron White, will you teach these guys how to pass? You and Gary Carlton get in VLRs right now and show them how to pass each other without hitting. Like, come on. I'm getting frustrated. Even Mikey Martin's on the grid going, why aren't these guys passing each other? So Fred Clark is in second. Dan Rivera is in third. Alexander Shee is in fourth. They're on their last lap. Fred Clark's hanging on. Oh, and someone goes through the puddle. That was Alexander Shee dropping a wheel. There's really going to be one more opportunity here. Coming up, it's going to be going into the maker. They're not even close to side by side. Does Dan Rivera get a run on Fred Clark coming down the straightaway? I'm trying to hype this up. I can't do much more. That's it. So it's going to be Fred Clark in second, Dan Rivera in third, Alexander Shee in fourth, Ben Padgett in fifth. Oh, yeah, and that guy on 714, the race winner, Dan Jones. There we go. That's about all we saw of Dan Jones. He checked out. There is your race winner. I don't really have a favorite in this class, but I was kind of hoping Dan Rivera found a little bit of pace. Because in round one, Dan Rivera and Dan Jones had a good battle in the heat races leading up to the main event. But today, it was the Dan Jones show. At least the last 3 laps were exciting in that class. And next up to wrap up round 2 at ROK Sonoma, ROK Shifter. All right, back to racing action here at ROK Sonoma. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Our last event of the day, ROK Shifter. And bringing the drivers up to the grid for their standing start, your pole sitter, Michael Avancino. Off pole, Anthony White. Third, Patrick O'Neill. Fourth, Torsten Olson. Fifth, Colin McGrath. And sixth, Chris Muick. And Chris, if you watch this broadcast, next time I see you at the track, correct your name for me. And I'll try not to call Michael Anthony. All right, so they're set for the grid. Phil Hand has his flag in the hand, arm in the air. All right, Avancino gets the jump, literally. The 3 CRG drivers, 1, 2, 3, we have Avancino, White, and O'Neill. Then it looks like it's going to be Torsten, McGrath, and Muick. let's see here. Avancino's out in the lead. I'm going to keep an eye on Anthony White because in Heat 1, Anthony White was the driver to beat. Heat 2, it seemed like it was kind of close between, no, I'm sorry. Heat 2 was Avancino's show. So let's see if White found a little bit of speed. To go give us a racing show here in the pro shifter class. And Patty O'Neill's mixing it up with McGrath or Olston down at the bottom of the hill. On track, the battle right now is for that third place spot between Patrick O'Neill, Torsten Olsen, and Colin McGrath. So for those that don't know, Patrick O'Neill normally runs Masters, but decided to drop down and run with the young guns this weekend, which is good to see, because as you can tell, he's not too far off the pace. But back at the front, Anthony White is closing the gap on Avancino. So it looks like Avancino and Anthony White are pacing each other pretty nicely here. Anthony White with the purple lap of a 50.016. This is Anthony's rookie year in the shifter stuff. Last year was Avancino's rookie year. And further back in the field, we're going to have a pass for fourth between McGrath and Olsen. McGrath, they're going to drag race down to tic-tac-toe. Does Olsen try to get the run coming out? No, looks like McGrath is going to have it. So it looks like Anthony White's dad, Joe White, found a little bit something extra between the heat races. Because Anthony's a little bit closer in the main event than he was in the heat race, so this is good to see. There's the battle for third between Patrick O'Neill, Colin McGrath, and Torsten Olsen. And we're picking up the, nope, that's third again. So that's Patrick O'Neill in that third spot. So on camera, we have the battle for third. Off camera, we're going to keep an eye on Avancino and White. Looks like O'Neill and McGrath are pulling away from Olsen a little bit. Oh, McGrath, he's going to go for a pass. He smells an opening here. Let's see what happens. With O'Neill seeing an opening and making an opening, two different things. Let's see how Colin McGrath approaches Patrick here. Patrick has really good pace, but he's not going to just point you by on the pass. McGrath looks over his shoulder. Does he try to? No, he's not going to try a late break on Patrick O'Neill. McGrath has good momentum entering tic-tac-toe, though. top of the screen, you have a countdown counter. When it goes to 0, the drivers receive the flag for 2 laps to go. Our main events are 13 minutes plus 2 laps. So back to the front. It looks like Avancino's added a little bit of padding to his lead. Anthony is still there, but he has a little bit of padding. Here's our leaders here, first and second, Avancino and White. I'm never surprised when fast tag drivers move up into the shifter category and are at the front of the field. But both Avancino and White have adapted very nicely to the shifter category. Like I said earlier, Anthony White was the pace setter. In the last heat, it was Avancino that was the pace setter. Down in Vegas, Avancino found himself running in the top 5 at the national events. Put in a great show there to wrap up his 2023 season. Here he's in control of the race and he goes purple with a 49.420. You can see the lap times getting faster as the track gets drier and the rubber's going down a little bit. So we're still following here Avancino on camera. We might try to pick up the racing action for third between Patrick O'Neill and Colin McGrath. Here we go. Colin McGrath pacing Patrick O'Neill. Last couple years, Patrick's teammate Kevin Woods, another Masters driver, found himself in the top 5 in the pro class here at the local club ROK Sonoma stuff. I tend to pull for the older drivers that try to go beat up on the young kids. But here comes McGrath with good momentum going through tic-tac-toe. O'Neill in front, McGrath behind him. So these are the unrestricted rock shifter engines. The only difference between this class and our limited has an exhaust restrictor. But these are the regular rock shifter packages, 6-speed gearboxes. Depending on which engine builder is giving you their sales pitch, 42 to 45 horsepower. all of our classes this weekend run on Levanto tires. Whether it's rain or dry, it was the Levantos. And all engine packages this year at ROK Sonoma are all Vortex engines out of the ROK family. Come on, Colin, pull the trigger. Make something happen. There you go, look to the inside. Come on, just do it. It's only Patty. Patrick O'Neill's not making it easy for Colin McGrath. Like I said earlier, he's not just going to point you by. Oh, and further back in the field, it looks like we lost Torsten. Not sure what, I'm not sure if he, it looks like he's in the short chute. So it looks like he just drove it in there. It could be a chain or a shift linkage. He's looking at something, but that's Torsten Olsen is going to retire early. Next time by, our drivers will receive the 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for our second round here at ROK Sonoma. The racing schedule was a little different with the Saturday main event due to the Easter holiday. Colin is all over the rear bumper of Patrick O'Neill. Next time by, they're going to see the white, or I'm sorry, 2 laps to go. All right, let's see what Colin McGrath does here. He's going to see 2 laps to go. He's been all over the rear bumper of Patty O'Neill for at least 12 laps. He looked, he thought about it. He's like, no, not safe enough. And there he goes to the inside as they go to tic-tac-toe. Contact. Patty's not just going to point you by. There was contact there. If you're going to make a pass on Patrick O'Neill, you better commit and just let those boys hang out. Now Patty O'Neill knows someone's right there. He's going to put his elbows out. Patty has a good run coming on the straightaway. McGrath is too far back to do anything on this corner. Sometimes all it takes is a little extra side pod to find a little extra pace. And it looks like Colin McGrath gave Patrick O'Neill that added motivation to find a few tenths. Checkered flag for our race winner. Second place, Anthony White. Let's see what happens with Patty O'Neill, and that was Chris Muick going across the line. He was 1 lap down. But we have Patty O'Neill in 3rd, Colin McGrath in 4th. I don't think there's going to be enough there. Patty O'Neill with 3rd, Colin McGrath in 4th. That's going to wrap up ROK Sonoma round number 2 with our pro shifter class. Congratulations to Michael Avancino with the race win. We're going to send the cameras down to the scale. Ursula's going to grab an interview with our race winners and the podiums. So here's Avancino. I'm going to go muted for a moment. We're going to pick up the conversation between the drivers and our pit reporter, Ursula.
We're here with the winner of the Shifter Rock of the Day, Michael. How do you feel about your win?
I feel good about it. I was off to a rocky start in the beginning. First heat, Anthony had good pace, and I wasn't able to keep there. Second heat, me and Ron figured something out, got better, and then same thing in the main event, just held the gap we held in the pre-final and got away with the victory.
Well, you went purple a couple of times, so how do you feel after having a rocky start?
I mean, after having a rocky start and getting to where we are now, I can't complain about that. So it's good to get the victory again and then hopefully keep this rolling.
Well, congratulations and good luck this season, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, we want to thank all the viewers for watching us. The next race is May 10th, and we hope to see you there. We want to thank all the teams, Gary Carlton, the Karting Collective, Front Wide, and Speed Sense for bringing all the drivers and parents that came this weekend for this race. And we want to thank all the families and friends that are watching us today. See you next time, and we go back to Jason.
I think Ursula just wrapped it up perfectly for us. Thank you for joining us on the YouTube broadcast. We will be back next month. Make sure you hit like and subscribe to the YouTube channel so that way you are notified when we go live on the next events. And once again, thank you to all of our competitors, our race teams that support the series, and also the people that come out to watch their favorite drivers. Thank you, and have a great Easter weekend.